The beautiful lakeshore of Chicago, Illinois, north of downtown. It's Wrigleyville, where we are today at Wrigley Field for the first of 3 straight games under the sun. The Pirates and the Chicago Cubs. Hi again, everybody. I'm Tim Neverett. Bob Walk suffering from a little voice discomfort today. Robbie Inspikowski will join us in just a little bit as well. And Bob, you might not be 100%, but last month Josh Harrison was. We found out Wednesday after the game Josh was named National League Player of the Month, and Josh had an outstanding month.
Well, he certainly did, and nobody more deserving for any kind of awards he's getting this year than Josh Harrison. He has been the MVP of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and now he's getting his rightful deserved accolades.
Josh at .347 in August with 41 hits, 19 extra base hits, .602 slugging percentage, and Josh now getting ready to start the month of September and continuing that role that he has been on. A couple of guys who have been on a roll for the Chicago Cubs, some of their younger players as they get some experience. Javier Baez, the shortstop, hitting just .179, but when he swings the bat big and makes contact, Bob, he makes a difference.
Yeah, they're really trying to build for next year. They're adding some young guys. This is somebody that is going to power their lineup for a long time now. 7 home runs so far, even though the batting average is not high. And Jorge Soler, another one of those good young players that have come up. He is hitting for average, and also there you see his first at bat. He also can hit the ball out of the ballpark. So when you look at the future of these Chicago Cubs, they definitely have something to look forward to. A lot of bright young stars coming up.
In 7 games with the Cubs, Soler hitting .462 with 3 home runs. Our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Starlin Castro, the Cubs shortstop, out indefinitely with a left ankle issue. Anthony Rizzo, lower back strain. He's out indefinitely. Both of those players do not expect to play in this series or in the series at PNC Park next week. Pitching matchup today, Tsuyoshi Wada for the Cubs, a left-hander, and he will face the Vanimal, Vance Worley. Worley got his first win as a Pirate here at Wrigley Field. We'll take a look at the Pirate right-hander when we come back right after this on Root Sports. in Chicago as he gets set to make the start against the Cubs here this afternoon. And Vance, Bob, in his last start against the Cincinnati Reds, went 6 1/3 innings and outlasted Alfredo Simon on the other side, getting a win in the Pirates' 3-2 victory.
Well, he really has done just a fantastic job, obviously, since he's been in that rotation. The main thing we always look at with Worley is his command of all of his pitches, not just throwing the fastball, but everything he throws, the off-speed pitches, he seems to not only be able to throw strikes, but quality strikes, go inside, outside, moving up and down, change speeds. He really is the definition of a true Major League pitcher.
Worley has not walked more than 2 in any of his 13 starts this season. You take a look at the numbers. There they were Saturday against the Reds. He's allowed 3 earned runs or less in 10 of his 13 starts. He's 2-0 in 3 starts against the Cubs. 2 of his 3 career starts were as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies. Our Robbie Inchmakowski recently caught up with the Vanimal.
Well, what a 2014 it has been for pitcher Vance Worley. Vance, when you look at this season, you're in spring training and you're in a Minnesota Twins uniform. Here we are in September in a pennant chase, and you're a valued member of the Pirates starting rotation. How would you describe the last 6-7 months or so?
It's been a ride. I've had a lot of ups and downs. It was just about getting myself right on the mound and mentally knowing that I was capable of doing this again, and just got the opportunity here, and I'm running with it.
How do you approach it, or at least the day-to-day, when you become a member of the Pirates and then you start working with Jim Benedict to get to where you are here?
I was just excited, because I was down in AAA, I was off the roster, and I was moved to the bullpen, and something I've never really done before, so I wasn't really comfortable with it. And when I got the call, I was excited to go back to a role I was familiar with and get myself right back on track. And Jim, he did a lot with me, and we made real use of that 1 month that I had down there in Florida and found my way back.
How much do you credit him and the Pirates and their philosophy with your success this season?
I give it all to them. They believed in me, and they knew what I was capable of, and it was just a matter of getting me back and knowing that I could do it out there on the rubber.
How do you feel where you are now, where you assess where you are now versus where you were in 2011 when you were one of the dominant young pitchers in the game?
I think I have a little bit better command, but I have the same pitching repertoire out there, and it's just a matter of pounding the zone, throwing strikes, and making guys uncomfortable and making them swing at my pitches.
When you look at a young Chicago Cubs team, the record doesn't really indicate the way they're playing baseball right now. They have a lot of young prospects that have breathed life into their ball club. What challenge do you expect to see from them?
I expect to see some swings. They're not going to be afraid. They're just going out there to try to hit the ball and make plays out there. So it's up to me to just make them feel uncomfortable, like I said before, and move the ball around.
What kind of fun is this for you, pitching in a pennant chase?
It's a lot of fun. Got to do it before, and it's bringing back a lot of old memories of when it happened. And I'm glad to be here with these guys because they're young and hungry, and they all want to win it.
What similarities do you see when you're coming up in a Phillies organization that's a real successful one, coming off a World Series win in 2008? What similarities do you see between that club when you were a kid and this club here, a team that's on a rise as well?
They're just going out there playing one game at a time. I mean, they all pretty much went through the same thing I went through when I was with Philly, and that was just grinding their way up through the minor leagues to getting here and knowing that that's the point of playing the game, is to go out and try to win a World Series. It's not about, playing the game and playing for just money. It's about going out there and playing the game you grew up playing and having fun.
You enjoy these in-depth looks at Vance Worley?
Yeah, I think so. It's just pretty fun.
Vance, thanks for your time. Best wishes to you.
You bet.
All right, Vance Worley getting set to take on the Chicago Cubs in the first of 3 this weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Robbie. Vance will be on the hill today against a guy making his first career start against the Pirates. He's a veteran of the Japanese leagues, 9 years in Japan, 2 years in the Orioles organization. But Tsuyoshi Wada, the left-hander, the first of 3 straight lefties to face the Pirates.
It's going to be interesting to see what he is going to throw at us. First look at him. But he's already got a lot of success here in Chicago. Low ERA. He's only given up 42 base hits in his first 9 games. One thing that maybe we can look at, he's given up 6 long balls too. At least for the start of this ball game, that wind's going to be blowing out. Hopefully we can get some home runs off Wada.
Well, the left-hander, Tsuyoshi Wada, will face the right-hander, Vance Worley. We are at Wrigley Field in Chicago as we count you down to the first pitch between the Pirates and the Cubs this afternoon. More to come from Wrigley. Dan Potash also will have a look at the playoff picture. That's also still to come on Root Sports. Wrigley Field prior to today's game between the Pirates and the Cubs, the first of 3 straight day games. The Pirates haven't fared very well in day games, just a 37% winning percentage under the sun, scoring less than 3 runs a game and giving up just a little under 4 runs a game under the sun. And Bob, in order for the Pirates to win today, you've got a list of things. What about the Rivers Casino tips to win?
Well, every good pirate ship has a sharpshooter up in the rigging just to hit his spots, and well, that's what Vance Worley always does. He's one of those sharpshooters on the mound that is always picking at one corner or the other, and he's always able to hit it. And that's, of course, what makes him so valuable. The next thing, too, is about the cannons. You got to have timing. When that other ship rolls away and exposes the planking below the water line, that's when you want to fire the cannons. Well, when we got guys on base, that's like the other ship exposing itself below the water line. You want to fire the cannons there. Make the best you can out of the long balls. And then once you got them on the run, use the grappling hooks. Bring them in. Don't let them get away, especially with the wind blowing out like it is this afternoon. You got to stay on them. Don't let them up for air. You got to score about 8-9 runs today.
Shiver me timbers. It's amazing what you learn sitting next to Bob Hawk. We've got the lineups and first pitch coming up. Before that, we're going to send you back to Pittsburgh. Dan Potash is standing by. He'll take a look at the playoff scenarios with this game break.
J-Hay.
What do you say? How about this kid?
Diving stop, J-Hay. Josh Harrison. You gotta be kidding.
Back at Wrigley Field, J-Hay and the Pirates getting set to take on the Chicago Cubs in the first of 3 straight day games here at Wrigley Field. And because it's September and the rosters expand, we're fortunate that John Wayner was able to come over 2 doors down from the radio booth over here to the TV booth. Bob having some voice discomfort today. He's not sick, just a problem with the voice, and he's gone over with Greg on radio. But Rock pinch hitting for a full 9 innings now.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. You didn't get the memo. Casual Friday.
No, radio only Casual Friday.
Casual Friday today.
Did not get that memo.
Well, I appreciate Bob doing all the pregame work.
Yeah, he did all the stuff under the hot lights. Now you're ready to go.
Yep. Good to go.
Yeah. Well, the Cubs taking the field right now, and Pirates, as we told you during the pregame, have struggled during day games. What's the difference, Rock, between playing during the day and at night?
Who knows, really, other than you start everything early. You get up, and your thoughts are right away, getting on the bus and getting to work a little bit earlier. I actually preferred day games just because you're not laying around the hotel room all day. You get to the ballpark, and you eat breakfast, and you're ready to go.
Let's take a look at the Pirates lineup today. It is brought to us by Toyota. Leading off, once again, Josh Harrison. Jordy Mercer in the 2 spot against the left-hander today. Andrew McCutchen, a .348 hitter here at Wrigley Field with 5 home runs and 22 runs batted in. Russell Martin in the cleanup spot. Starling Marte 5th. Gabby Sanchez at 1st. Walker will bat 7th. Will hit right-handed. Jose Tabata batting 8th. Vance Worley will hit 9th for the Buccos. And for the first time starting against the Pirates is Tsuyoshi Wada. Tsuyoshi Wada started 9 seasons for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks in the Japanese Pacific League. He also has been in the Orioles system for a couple of years before now getting a chance with the Cubs.
And pretty good numbers for a guy that doesn't throw very hard, but you're going to see it again. One of those guys throwing 88, 89, 90 miles per hour with fastballs up in the zone that guys just can't seem to barrel up. Sneaky, quick fastball. There's deception. He throws a lot of them, over 60% of the time. The second pitch he uses most frequently, I guess, is a slider, and he'll throw an occasional curveball and a changeup. But the fastball up in the zone is where he goes to most often.
Defensively for the Cubs, a little different look than we saw last time the Pirates faced the Cubs. Chris Conlon was there. He's there again today. Arismendi Alcantara is in center field. Jorge Soler is in right. Valbuena and Baez on the left side of the infield. Watkins and Valleca on the right side with John Baker doing the catching. Wellington Castillo was in the lineup. Lower back tightness has chased him, so Baker will catch. And there is Soler, who has been very good for the last week. His first week in the big leagues, hitting .462 with a 7-game hitting streak to start his big league career. And Baez at shortstop. Starlin Castro out indefinitely with an ankle injury, so Javier Baez is more than likely going to be the guy the rest of the way for the Cubs this season. Hurdle looking for a win. Pirates have dropped 4 straight. Wada's first pitch is in for a strike. And they're underway at Wrigley. Josh checks in 3rd in the batting race today with a .310 average. Ben Revere of the Phillies has taken the lead, hitting .314. Justin Morneau of the Rockies at .312. McCutchen is 5th. Buster Posey has passed McCutchen. Posey with a .305 average. Kutch with a .303 average. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch from Wada. And this one hammered to left field. Way back it goes. It is off the wall and stuck in the ivy. An ivy covered double for Josh Harrison.
Thought maybe it had enough. He must not have got all of it, or it's in the bleachers for sure. We got the breeze blowing out here. But J-Hay doing what he has done all year long. Just continues to rack up the extra base hits. Puts that short, compact swing on it. Buries it into the ivy. And the Bucks with a great opportunity early.
That doesn't happen in April here.
No.
The ball just bounces off the bricks in April and May. But a fully lush ivy covered wall this time of year. Double for Jay Hay, his 32nd. And Jordy Mercer up with an RBI chance. Harrison leads the majors in extra base hits after the All-Star break. 28 of them. Ahead of Giancarlo Stanton. And the August Player of the Month in the National League is at second base with nobody out.
And that's just not a slim lead. That's a substantial lead. 5 more extra base hits than anyone else.
There's a comebacker. Harrison will be stuck at second base, and Mercer is out. One out for the Pirates in the first.
You could tell Jordy was trying to go to the right side. He got a tough pitch to do it with. He tried to pull those hands in. If he gets it past the pitcher Wada, Harrison can move over to third, but tied him up. Easy play.
Jordy 0 for 1. Here's Kutch. Wrigley Field might be what Kutch needs to get back in the top 3 in the batting race, perhaps. I showed you he has hit very well here in the past. Ball 1. .303, 21 homers. That matches his total from last year. 72 RBIs. Here's the pitch to Kutch. It's outside 2-0. Harrison aboard at second base. He has had a leadoff hit in 4 of the last 5 games. 13 of his 24 hits in the first inning have gone for extra bases. 2-ball, no strike pitch coming to Andrew McCutchen. Baker for strike 1.
Andrew expecting the fastball, didn't get it. Got the 2-0 changeup in a good location.
Kutch's numbers a year ago today, right around the same in home runs and RBIs. The average was higher though. 2-1. Wada checks Harrison at second base. And McCutchen lifts it to shallow center field. Coming on is Alcantara. He makes the catch. 2 men out. Mendy Alcantara. Time here. The Cubs, a lot of young players trying to rebuild. A lot of folks think this ball club's going to be very good in a year or two as a lot of the younger players develop.
And that's, you know, the young guys, they come up here and they want to prove themselves and get settled in the big league level. They come out and play, and they play hard. And a lot of folks will think, oh, you go into Wrigley, you should beat this young team, but they're giving you all they got, and so this should be a tough series. Won 6 in a row here at home. Went on, played St. Louis, played them tough. Home run after home run. Could easily won that series. Ended up splitting with the Cards.
Renteria, first season as Cubs manager. Former Pirate, made his big league debut with the Pirates, 1985. Strike called. Renteria, former second baseman.
In the last 5 weeks, only the Washington Nationals with a better record than the Cubs since July 28.
Ball 1 strike pitch coming to Russ. Off of second base. Wada delivers. Inside for a ball. It's 2-1. So out top of the first, Harrison a leadoff double. He's still at second base. The Hurdle's team is 9-4 against the Cubs this year. 4-2 at Wrigley Field. Two to Martin.
Tied up a bit. A little late swing on that, again, deceptive 90-mile-per-hour fastball.
Worley getting ready to come out and pitch for the Bucks. Make his 14th start of the season.
See their big hole up the middle for Russ. If he can get a ground ball past Wada on the left side.
2-2. Down to third base. Valbuena with a backhand stop. Throws on to first. Low. It's past Valleca. Harrison comes in to score. The Pirates on the board, 1-0.
We'll take it. We'll take an early break. Valbuena, who has been excellent defensively, especially against the Pirates. He has made some incredible plays over there at the hot corner. And no problem gloving it. He goes down, sets himself, has time to throw, and just looked like he had a very good grip on it. The ball just kind of ran away. Valleca unable to make the pick.
Error on Valbuena. His 8th of the season.
Those are the tough ones too, that hit that lip of the grass. You expect it to come up. You don't expect the ball to stay down when it hits that lip.
Starling Marte at the plate with Martin aboard. Pitch up high for a ball.
And I think that will be key for the Pirates here today against Wada, laying off that high fastball. Reports are, he's been throwing that up around the letters, maybe a little higher. It's been a pitch that's pretty explosive. Hitters have had a hard time laying off it. And there it is there. He tried to go in, missed away, but gets the swinging strike. See where Baker sets up, has to reach out.
Hitting .274. 2 outs, runner at first, 1 run in. It's inside. 2 balls and a strike to Starling. Marte over his last 18 games hitting .344 with a pair of doubles and 5 home runs. He's driven in 9 during that stretch. 3-1 to Marte. Of their black unis on today. It's about 89 degrees and very humid.
Very warm, muggy. I guess a big change here in Chicago overnight. It'll be much cooler tomorrow.
3-1 foul back, count is full. Martin will take off with the pitch.
That's a good change up again. Once you show the hitter that high fastball and they see the sneakiness to it, they have a tendency to cheat, and then you offset that by throwing the good changeup and get them out in front.
Bucks fans in the bleachers today. You can score. Payoff pitch to Marte from Tsuyoshi Wada. Broken back, foul ball. Goes on the move with the pitch. Bucco fans making a trip. This is a good trip to make.
Oh, yeah.
If you're thinking about a road trip, Chicago is a good place.
Especially in the summer. Even now, this time of year, the weather is usually just about perfect. If it's as good a trip in April. Certainly not a good trip in January or February.
3-2 pitch. Marte pops this one back and out of play. Working Wada here. He's up to 7 pitches in this at bat. 21 pitch first inning so far for Tsuyoshi Wada. Wada making his 10th major league start. They brought the appropriate flag for the day. 3-2 again to Starling Marte. Struck him out, ball gets away. Baker will throw it down first. Pirates do get a run on 1 hit. There was an error and a man left through a half inning. Pirates won, and the Cubs coming to bat against Vance Worley. Inning, and the umpires a little short-handed today. See the home plate umpire Brian O'Nora, DJ Rayburn, who was scheduled to work at first base, under the weather, and that came up recently. So the umpiring crew will only have 3 today instead of the requisite 4. For the Cubs, leading off will be Arismendi Alcantara, Javier Baez. Luis Valbuena will bat third, been hitting well over his last 15 games, 327 average and 6 home runs. Jorge Soler will hit in the cleanup spot. Then Chris Coghlan in left field. Chris Valleca, the first baseman. Logan Watkins at second. John Baker doing the catching, hitting eighth. And Tsuyoshi Wada batting ninth against Vanimal.
Vance Worley, he looks to continue his impressive run as a Pittsburgh Pirates starting pitcher. 6.4 3.01 ERA, coming off a good start last time out against Cincinnati. Gave up just 1 earned run in 6 1/3. Found that strike zone. 60 strikeouts, 16 walks.
Alcantara, left-handed batter against Worley, takes a strike. He's hit 5 home runs, 5 of his 8 have come in his last 11 games, including a 2-run shot Tuesday against Milwaukee. And strike 2 to him. Vance making his 4th career start against the Cubs. First 2 were as a Philly. His first one as a Pirate was on the 21st of June here at Wrigley Field opposite Travis Wood. Pirates would win that game. That was his first win as a Pirate. 1-ball, 2-strike pitch into Alcantara. And he strikes him out looking. That's how the game begins for Vance Worley.
He throws so many cutters. Outside of his fastball, his cutter he probably throws most often. Then he goes with a 2-seam. I'm guessing Alcantara perhaps thinking that ball was going to cut in off the plate, but he gets the late tail, catches the inside corner.
One out, and Worley will face the shortstop, Javier Baez. He is hitting just 179. He's got some power, though, John. 7 home runs, 15 runs batted in since his call-up.
I'd say a lot of aggressive swings early in counts we've heard.
A broken bat roller toward the middle. That is into center field, the base hit. A single for Baez, and the Cubs have a runner aboard.
Say he likes to swing from his heels, and a big hack there. Late movement, got the weak contact off the end of the bat. Just nobody there. Big hole for the up the middle for him.
Team president Theo Epstein saying today in the papers that in spite of his 179 average, they're going to let him play every day for the rest of the season. They want him to learn and take it into the off season and come back ready next year. Here's Luis Valbuena, 248 batted. Ball 1 to Valbuena. He has 4 RBIs in his last 4 games. He's hit home runs in 4 of his last 9 games. He's hitting 5 straight. The error in the top half of the first inning to allow Harrison to score. No pitch. Here's a swing.
You watch Worley as well. I mean, you see the velocity, and his last couple starts, he's pretty much stayed out of the 90s. He's been in 85 to 90 miles per hour. So many of his pitches look the same, the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, and the cutter. But still, it gets on the hitter, as you can tell by that last Valbuena offering.
Valbuena just fouled on the left field side. Hit one of the Cubs relief pitchers.
Right in the chest.
It's okay, you can stand up. You could try to catch it.
He was being brave, trying to make a play. Oh. Oh, the right wrist.
Allegheny Health Network Supermode. There's that picture. 2 strikes to Valbuena. Pitch inside now, 2-2. Beginning of the season, Valbuena was splitting time at third base with Mike Olt, who is a right-handed hitter. Olt had to be sent down to AAA. And Olt is back with the club now. Rosters have expanded. This one well hit to left field. Going back on it is Marte, and the corner makes the catch just in fair territory. That's a tough spot in the field to make a play.
Yeah, and Marte fortunately was playing over that way. He was playing him towards the line, but not a lot of foul ground. Fortunately, they got some padding on the brick walls down the lines here nowadays. Wasn't always the case. It looked like they would have landed in fair territory.
Jorge Soler. Pirates' first look at this guy. 7 straight.
He's a big man. I've already heard some comparisons between he and Giancarlo Stanton down in Miami. They say the ball jumps off his bat.
Big cut and a miss there, 1-1. He's the second Cub ever to have 10 or more runs batted in his first 7 career games. Last guy was Mandy Brooks in 1925.
Saw a pitch that he liked. He let it fly, but that good Worley cutter ran away from the bat.
He was called up on the 27th of August. On the outside corner, he takes strike 2.
Maybe helped here a little bit. Looked like it may have been a little bit off that outside edge. Just a touch.
Rush might have stolen that one for him.
Really good.
He'll steal a pitch on the corner once in a while. And there's strike 3. So Worley strikes out 2. Cubs get a hit and leave a man. We'll go to the second inning. It's the Pirates 1, Cubs nothing.
Chicago Cubs. I'm Robbie and Smikowski. The Cubs don't have a great record. They're standing in last place right now, but they're playing great baseball, and they certainly have not thrown in the towel, and they're not playing out their string. And in large part, that's because a lot of these young guys, 2 who we saw last inning, Jorge Soler and also Javier Baez, and it was Chris Valaika who played with these guys in the minor leagues. And I asked him about the energy that those guys have brought to the clubhouse, and he told me that the kids have done a great job adjusting from AAA to the big leagues. Baez started slow and battled back, and Soler, he told me, is the real deal.
being around these guys every day, you feel the energy they bring, and it carries over into the entire clubhouse, even to the veterans. He said when he played with those guys in the minor leaguers, he said you could tell they were big leaguers. They just needed time to get seasoned and learn, but they're showing that they can play. Now, Tim and John, they're going to have to try to do it without Starlin Castro and Anthony Rizzo, who are both hurt and most likely done for a bulk of the season. But they swept the Brewers last series, first time in 10 years. They had a sweep of the Brewers. And get this, since July 28th, a 22-15 record the Cubs have, best of any team in the NL Central.
They're playing some good baseball lately. There's no question about that, Robbie. Pirates hoping to cool them down some. Andy Sanchez takes a breaking ball for a strike. Jorge Soler is doing some remarkable things in just a week in the big leagues. Baez is going to get an extended look at short. He has had the majority of his starts at second base since his call-up, but now that Castro is out, it'll be Baez at short.
Andy Sanchez will get an opportunity to play here this weekend. 3 lefties scheduled to start against the Bucks.
48 over his last 13 games, 8 for 23 with a homer. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fists this one foul back in. One of those things where the Pirates have had streaks of series where they faced a number of lefties, and they've gone long times without facing left-handed starters. So Mike Davis got the bulk of the starts at first base in the meantime.
I think if you'd ask the players, they'd rather have it a little more consistently. And you wouldn't want to, in Gabby's case, you don't want to sit 2 weeks and then have to start 3 straight games. You'd rather, have them sprinkled in occasionally, get 2 or 3 starts a week as opposed to a start every 2 or 3 weeks.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Gabby. Pedro Alvarez still unavailable to play in the field. He is available to come off the bench and hit today, by the way. Sprained foot has kept him out. Count even to Gabby now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And both Travis Snyder and Pedro available off the bench now to hit.
Let's see where this one is. A little backdoor slider just off.
2-2. Gabby slaps this one foul into the upper deck on the first base side. On the black and gold, those guys would not drop it. Two pitch. So far, good at bat by Sanchez.
Yeah, wasting the ninth pitch of the at bat, a fastball up. Able to stay alive.
'33-year-old Tsuyoshi Wada, Fukuoka, Japan. 2-2 pitch. He pokes it foul again. He'll get an 11th pitch. He's been right in the strike zone against Sanchez for the most part.
Make him work.
Again, the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Now it's a full count at 3-2. Wada's payoff coming to Gabby. Gabby drills it to center, but waiting for it is Alcantara. There's 1 out for the Pirates in the second inning. Take a look at our Barrel Automotive League leader stat. The lowest ERA for the first 9 starts as a Cub. And Wada, third on that list all time. Hendricks this year 191, but you have to go back to Bert Hooton in the early 70s. And then Wada third. Ernie Gonzalez in 97. Mike Hartke was the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks now. 1998 through 90. Diamondbacks in the news today. Their general manager Kevin Towers let go. Former GM of the Padres. Neil Walker batting right-handed. Nobody on, 1 out. Walker, who's been hitting in the cleanup spot. I asked Ken Hurdle about this situation against left-handers. He says, well, he's a different hitter right-handed. He's not a cleanup hitter right-handed. So, therefore, he goes down in the order against the lefties. Here to right. Soler under it. 2 down. Walker's 0 for 1. The batter now will be Jose Tabata.
You ask Walker, though, he just wants to hit with runners on. Doesn't matter righty or lefty. Tabata. An opportunity to start. Might see a lot of him this weekend as well.
This is a good ballpark for Jose to hit it. He does not have a home run this year at the major league or minor league levels. He's not hit a ball out of the ballpark. Maybe this weekend's the weekend.
We'll see. Favorable conditions here today. My guess is that'll change a bit. The temperature cooling off the next couple days. I expect those flags to be blowing the other way.
There's some weather expected here later this afternoon. Hopefully it is after the completion of the game.
Of course.
It's right now 88, hot and humid. Temperature is going to drop throughout the afternoon. Day for a t-shirt. Should have thought of that.
Yep.
2-1 pitch. It's inside. If you joined us through the pregame show all the way to now, we appreciate John Wayner coming out of the bullpen to relieve Bob Watt. Had a little issue with his voice today. So John, who got all dressed up in his radio outfit, came over to pinch hit today for the rest of the way on TV.
Oh, come on. See? It's embarrassing.
They did it. Tabata to the right center field area. Over to get it is Soler. 3 fly balls, and the Pirates done in the top of the second. 1-0 Pirates after an inning and a half. Here's Greg all by himself.
to you by Toyota. Now's the time to go places with Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for special offers. And by PNC Bank for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks!
Wrigley Field in Chicago on this Friday afternoon. Glad you're with us. 1-0 Pirates heading to the bottom of the second inning. Edinson Volquez 2 days ago in St. Louis. Had a no-hitter through 4. Pitched very well, but ended up with a no decision. He has not lost a road start since the 17th of May at Yankee Stadium. He has been very, very good for the Pirates this season. As he watches his stablemate, Vance Worley, work in the second inning against Chris Coghlan, the left fielder. Bob had talked about in his tips to win today, Rock, about Vance being a sharpshooter, saying that he has had great aim. He has worked both the corners very well. Ground ball to first. Nice backhand play by Sanchez. For the Cubs in the second. When you think about Worley, though, and what he has done through his first 13 starts, he hasn't walked more than 2 men in any of his starts so far.
Yeah, he has been outstanding. I remember him pitching with Philly, and it seemed, at times he'd try to overpower guys and throw a lot of high fastballs. And this year he's just really relying on location and movement, keeping the ball down. Every now and again he'll still go up in the zone. Pitch to contact. Nice little play there by Gabby. That was a tough little hop he made look effortless.
Valaika takes the ball. Valaika playing first base. He's started the last 10 straight at first base in the absence of Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo with a back issue, out indefinitely now. 1-1. Valaika has big league experience. Brought up from AAA Iowa on the 1st of August. 2-run homer against the Brewers on Wednesday. Ended up being the game winner. Brewers losing again last night. Cardinals beat them 3-2. Amazing. Cardinals have won 5 straight. Is it 5 or 4? 4 straight to start the month of September. And the Brewers have lost 9 straight. Their worst slump of the season. Pirates now a game and a half behind the Brewers. Brewers 4 out. Pirates 5.5 out. They were the day off yesterday in the Cardinal win.
That's 2 horrible stretches for the Brew Crew, and yet they're still right there. They'll be tied with Atlanta for that second wild card spot if the season ended today.
That would be a playoff game or a play-in game. To Valaika.
That would be interesting, and I'm sure it'll happen eventually, to where if you have more than 2 teams tied for a wild card spot.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. A little bit high, 3-2. Pirates find themselves a game and a half out of the wild card coming into this game today. 5.5 out of the division with 23 left, including today's games. Still doable. At the third and down the line. Valaika around first. And he will head to second base. Ball got caught up beyond the Cub bullpen. A 1-out double for Chris Valaika, his second 2-base hit for Chicago.
Pretty good swing right there. That pitch looked off the plate inside. Somehow Valaika able to keep it fair. 2-seamer running in. How far that pitch is off the plate? Good 4 or 5 inches. Most times the ball pulled foul when you get the barrel to a pitch inside. And I think Marte might have a shot if the ball doesn't hit perhaps the little stool down there from the ball boy.
Runner at second base and 1 out for Logan Watkins. Pickoff attempt. Oh, it's in the center field. Down to third base goes Valaika. I think they would have had him too with a good throw.
I'm not sure it was that bad a throw. probably one of the tougher plays for a middle infielder, to be on the move, cutting towards the bag, and trying to catch the ball on the run. Yeah, you know, you got Jordy Mercer going one way, the ball too far to his left. If it's on the bag, it's a bang-bang play. The ball wasn't in the dirt, but yeah, it was a little bit out of Jordy's reach.
Now a runner at third and one out. Pirates will bring the infield in with the error by Worley. One of strikes to Logan Watkins. Watkins played 103 games in AAA this year, and he played every position except pitcher and catcher. Second base comes here ahead of Worley 2-0. Runner at third, Vallejo the double, then advancing to third on the throwing error by Worley. To get a strikeout here of Watkins. Doesn't have a kid to give it to on a school day.
Strikeout or a pop-up or ground ball right at somebody.
Third base, and just keeping an eye on him.
One strike away from that strikeout. Watkins coming up empty on that 88-mile-per-hour fastball.
That's the strikeout.
Very nice.
2 down for the Cubs.
It's sneaky fastball, Worley, hard to pick up. Could be, you know, look how much he throws across his body for one. I think that helps. Deep angle. When he steps, he's almost a foot, maybe a foot further outside the pitching rubber. He stands on the third base side. And so he steps almost towards the on-deck circle.
Baker takes ball one. Baker inserted into the lineup late. Wellington Castillo is expected to start this ball game behind the plate, but came up with some tightness in his lower back. So Rick Renteria took him out, put Baker in. 2-0. Baker run at the Mendoza line, hitting 200. Homers and 13 runs batted in. Walk Baker now. Intentionally. To get to the pitcher, Wada.
And, we haven't seen this too much this year. Clint Hurdle issuing an intentional walk, but very understandable, especially when you fall behind 2-0. You don't want to end up making a mistake, laying one in there and giving up a base hit to just start the count over with the pitcher.
Wada's 1 for 14 on the season. First and third, 2 men out, bottom of the second. Pirates up 1-0. Cubs threatening. Really trying to get Wada out, and the Pirate hitters to the plate in the third. Strike one. AAA had 3 hits and 24 at bats. He's got 1 hit in the majors this year. Takes low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 to Tsuyoshi Wada. He's a veteran of international competition. World Baseball Classic in 2006. 2 different Olympic games representing Japan. He knocks one in the air right to Jordy Mercer. And the Cubs will strand 2. 2 full done at Wrigley Field. Pirates with a 1-0 lead.
Brought to you by the Chevy Sonic and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks.
Pirates up 1-0 as we head to the 3rd at warm and humid Wrigley today. Time to take a look at our Day Automotive this day in Pirates history. On this date in 1969, Steve Blass led the Bucks to their first win at Wrigley in 14 tries. Steve not only threw a complete game 4-hitter, but also hit his one and only career home run. He went 4 for 5 at the plate, drove in 3 runs. Those 4 hits Blass surrendered were all to Billy Williams, who went 4 for 4 with 2 doubles and 2 solo home runs. Billy Williams' flag at the top of the flagpole there. And you ask Steve if he remembers anything about that day. He says, no, not really. It was sunny, 88 degrees. The barometric pressure was, he's got a whole routine. It's funny. It's funny if you haven't heard it. But that was a heck of a day he had on this day in 1969, in all seriousness.
It's amazing how many this days have Steve Blass throwing a complete game shutouts, and probably just use him and Bob all year long. I'm sure folks who might get a little bored of that, and Steve and Bob wouldn't.
We've had a few Bobs this year.
Yeah,
Bob,
they were good.
So top of the 3rd inning, Pirates a 1-0 lead, and coming to the plate to lead things off is Vance Worley. Steve might tell you that the wind was blowing in, probably howling in that day when he hit his home run.
Of course.
Instead of out. And funny enough, Bob's only career home run came here also.
Just couldn't believe how he hot dogged it. I bet Steve didn't do any secret dance or anything like Bob did.
Bob took the revolver out of the holster and shot home plate as he came across. Imaginarily.
There's a lot of flash in Bob's game.
Worley is out.
Bob's signature move was when he had to cover first base, and then the throw would come over. He'd make the throw on the run after he got the out at first. He would never stop and then throw it around the infield. He would grab it and fire it to the second baseman like a third baseman charging a slow roller.
Actually, I have a correction on the shooting of home plate. That was against the Braves when he scored a run. When he hit his home run here, he acted like he'd been there before. He just came right across, figuring he was just going to do it again. Never did. One out, base is empty. 1-0 to Josh Harrison. Double and a run scored. 1-for-1 today for Harrison. He's up high. Josh's average at .312, so he is now tied for second with Justin Morneau of the Rockies. Rockies at home tonight against San Diego. All the other action in the big leagues at night tonight. Strike in there. 2-1. We'll get an up-close look after the weekend at one of the other contenders for the batting crown, Ben Revere of Philadelphia. He leads the .314 average today. 2-2 now to Josh. Waiting for the 2-2 pitch from Wada. And a ground ball up the middle and a base hit. Harrison 2 for 2. Single for the Pirates' third baseman.
Such good bat control. You know, he can gear it up for the fastball. And he sits fastball, but he's able to adjust to the off speed. That's a changeup. And the foot gets down, the hands stay back long enough, doesn't try to do too much, just puts bat on ball.
Harrison aboard. Jordy Mercer coming up for the second time. Jordy hit a comebacker in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Strike call. 1 to Mercer. Cubs have been playing better baseball. They've won 6 straight at home. First base. Just trying to end that streak. The longest home winning streak since 2000 was 14 games. Also 2008. Mid-May to late June, and then 13 games in 2001. 6 games this year so far. It's an active streak. I'll throw it first, and again Harrison getting back.
Different look. First throw over, a high leg kick, real deliberate, slow. Josh picked it up right away, got back. That time, Wada much quicker.
Likes pitching at Wrigley Field. He's 4-1 here. Mercer goes to right field, and it's Soler. There's 1 out for the, rather 2 outs for the Bucks in the 3rd inning. Time to show us how you root for the Bucks. You can be our AT&T fan photo of the day. Show us the most unique ways you raise the Jolly Roger, the fun places you watch the games on Root Sports, or how you display your Pirate pride. Submit a picture via Twitter using the hashtag BucksFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during our telecast today. There's McCutcheon. 2 outs and a man aboard. Moves it off to the right.
McCutcheon has hit some homers of late, but hasn't been real hot. I'd like to see him heat up for the stretch run.
Got him.
Sounded like right in the foot guard.
Jay down to second. McCutcheon will go down to first base, hit by a pitch.
Hit the flat right above his foot.
That's why he wears it.
Now, does that mean we go and hit one of their, or throw behind one of their best players?
I don't know. I don't. If you're referring to what happened in St. Louis the other day, I still don't understand that.
It's brutal.
I mean, Volk is pitching a no-hitter in a 0-0 game. Holiday, who leans into pitches anyway, gets hit. Inside fastball, and then they throw it and it cuts him. And Martin is hit. Back-to-back hit batsman by Wada. And now the bases are loaded in the third with 2 out.
I think Russ was as lucky as Andrew. Obviously, Andrew had the shin guard flap. That hit right below, right on the outside of the ankle. Ouch. Boy, is that strange that consecutive pitches, almost the exact same spot. And luckily, Russ can laugh about it, and he's going to be okay.
Marte has a chance to make it hurt. He did strike out in his first at bat. He's got a 4-game hitting streak. And ball 1 to Starling. It's taken low. The base is full of bucks. 2 outs. 1 hit. It was by Josh Harrison. 2-hit batsman. 1-0 coming to Marte. Tapper out front. Wada throws to first again. And the Pirates leave him loaded. No runs, 1 hit, 3 left. 2.5 done, 1-0 Pirates. The Towson Tigers to Mountaineer Field at Milan Puskar Stadium. It's all a part of Wild and Wonderful Sports, and it kicks off live tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. on Root Sports. Here, back from the gridiron at home. Pirates a 1-0 lead, bottom of the 3rd inning. Along with John Wayner, I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you're with us today for this Friday matinee from Wrigley Field. Andrew McCutchen hit by a pitch. Left ankle, sounded like it went right off the shin guard. And then on the very next pitch, Russell Martin also got it off the left ankle, but it didn't sound like it was off his shin guard.
How many more days we're going to have like this in Wrigley this time of year?
Top of the order, Mendy Alcantara. For 1, he struck out looking in the first inning. Pirates had an opportunity to add on with 2 outs. Didn't happen. The bunt. Bare hand play by Walker. And Alcantara's safe. Leadoff base hit.
Yeah, that's a flying down the line right there. He bunted it pretty hard. I thought Neil Walker was going to be able to throw him out. But covered those 90 feet in a hurry, did Alcantara. And he's a guy, he has some pop too, so you got to, play him legit for his power, but as you can see there, extremely fast.
Shortstop Javier Baez is 1 for 1. He had a single up the middle in the first inning. Throw over first base. Contra back. Contra also likes to run. He's stolen 7 bases and caught 4 times.
You don't see that very often. A guy dragging a bunt to the right side with a right-handed pitcher on him. You see a part of his game.
He put something on it too.
Back in the old days here at Wrigley, the grass was so much thicker that that ball would have died. Might not even reach the dirt.
Alcantara goes. Big swing by Baez. He fouls it back. Well, one thing the Cubs folks talk about with Baez is the fact that he needs some patience. See the jump there by Alcantara. Got off to a good start. So Baez are talking about him learning more patience at the plate. The Cubs believe that he's going to figure things out and be a big factor in the next year or so. Sets up outside. Breaking ball right there. Baez down on strikes.
I haven't seen the curveball from Worley. Breaks it off there. A little upset with himself, I think, because he left it up. He wanted to get it down and away. He left it up middle of the plate, but you see Baez couldn't pull the trigger.
Valbuena flied to Marte in left field. On the line and toward the corner in the first inning. 0-for-1. First base, Alcantara back. Kinski over there coaching at first base for Chicago. His first year on the coaching staff. Second time we've seen a swing like that out of Valbuena. What goes through a hitter's mind? I know you're thinking yes, 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 and then no. What's he thinking here?
They're looking for a fastball to hit, and again, kind of like we talked about with Wada, Worley has that sneaky, quick fastball. You can see Valbuena's starting the swing. He recognized the fastball, but by the time he gets going, the ball's by him. It's just a timing thing. He's not in a position to hit it. And again, Worley has some deception. The ball gets in there, it looks a lot firmer than the velocity would suggest.
Pitch out, nothing doing for Chicago. Nothing Pirates lead. Comes batting in the bottom of the third. One on. Valbuena, a 1-1 count. There goes Alcantara, and this one is driven to the gap in left center field. Alcantara around second, and he's going to come around third and might try to score. The ball is stuck in the ivy. The umpires have made no indication about anything, and now, finally, the first base umpire says that's a ground rule double, and if that's the case, Alcantara will have to go back to third.
Yeah, that turns out to be a huge break for the Pirates, because Alcantara scores easily if that ball comes out of the ivy. Valbuena went the other way his first time up. Nice play by Marte near the line. This time goes to the opposite gap. And that's the wise thing to do by Marte. Don't go in there digging after it, because if you find it, the run scores. The ball doesn't come out, put your hands up.
Contra back to third base. Valbuena realizing it's in the ivy for a ground rule double. Second ball today we've seen hit in there. The Lakers in the second inning winning. Here was the cleanup man. Struck out first time up, Jorge Soler. Strike one. Worley's got to pitch himself out of trouble right now with one out. He's at second and third in a 1-0 game. Again, the situation calls for a strikeout here. He needed that with a man on third in the second. He got that when he struck out Watkins. See if he can get Soler making out before anybody can advance. Third for strike two.
Now you're in a position to waste some pitches. See if he'll extend, chase something out of the strike zone.
Pops it up. Tabata getting underneath it. Contra tagging. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is not in time. And the Cubs tie it up on a sacrifice fly by Jorge Soler.
Man, when he hit that, it looked like, I thought it was going to be a pop up in the infield.
I did too. I thought Walker was going to go out there and get it, but it was too far. Kept carrying.
Way further out there, and with the good speed of Contra, that's the only thing that allows him to beat that throw from Tabata. And again, with two strike, you're ahead 0-2. I don't think you can give him a pitch that he can reach.
Soler takes advantage. His 11th run batted in. Valbuena down at third base, representing the go-ahead run, which is in the dirt to Coughlin. 2 outs, a 1-1 game. Buffalo's coming off a difficult series in St. Louis. Right the ship here in Chicago. Hurdle's attitude about things like that, when you've got 4 losses in a row or in a batting slump, you always say, well, you're one day closer to getting hot. Always optimistic about the situation.
Really good at forgetting what happened yesterday. You can't change the past.
It's ready to the Pirate dugout. We're bouncing up over it, big part.
Watch out. Coming in hot.
Everything's good. And the 2-2. And Coughlin, did he swing? No, says Jeff Kellogg.
Close.
3-man umpiring crew today, by the way. Jay Rayburn coming down ill before the game.
By the way, there will be situations, for instance now, where that umpire will move to second base, and if you had a left-handed batter up, I'm not sure they'd even appeal it without an umpire down the line.
2 on, 2 out, 1-1 the score. There's Valleca, who had a double into the ivy. That went down the line. His went down the third base line. It's Harrison's that went there. Hear that clapping sound, and you wonder what it is. It's not John, and it's not me. Vendors. Strike one to Valleca.
Why? I thought it was like a flagpole.
Just to draw attention, maybe. I don't know why we'd have a mic up on the flagpole. You never know. Bouncer toward Harrison. Go to first base. It's high and thrown away. And the Cubs take the lead. Boy, oh boy, that was a routine ground ball out that had the end of the inning written all over it. And Harrison threw it away. And the Cubs lead it 2-1. Something you just don't see from Josh Harrison.
He's been so good over there. He's just been so good over there, and he just has made that throw hundreds of times. Chest high, perfect throws, and for whatever reason, a flyer.
Unfortunately for Pedro, he knows how he feels. He struggled with that this year. Not a good thing to go through. Logan Watkins is the hitter. He struck out in the second inning. First and third, 2 down. Strike one to Watkins. Pirates bats have to get back at it now. Bunt base hit turns into the tying run after a ground rule double and a sacrifice fly. Now a walk and a throwing error. 2 runs for the Cubs. Strike 2. He's trying to bunt his way on. 2 outs. Harrison playing deep.
It's a tough play if you get it down. Pick up another run.
2 strikes on Watkins. Ball to second. Walker has it, throws on first for the out. 2 runs come in on 2 hits. 2 men left and 1 big Pirate error. 2-1 Chicago. And here the Cubs now in front for the first time today, 2-1. Cool players off. And Potenziano working on Josh Harrison. Valbuena comes across to score. The go-ahead run after his ground rule double. And the throwing error by Harrison.
Valbuena had a throwing error of his own.
Sanchez leads things off against Wada to start the fourth. Pitch inside, 1 ball, no strikes. He's 0 for 1. He flied to center field first time up. 1 now to Gabby. And the 1-1 pitch. Sanchez, ground ball left side, cut off by Valbuena. Valbuena, who also had a throwing error in the game, goes on target that time to retire Gabby. 5-3 the put out. Beautiful day here in Chicago. Warm early September Friday afternoon. 3 straight day games in Chicago. Tomorrow afternoon, 4:05 Eastern. And back Sunday afternoon again at 2:20 Eastern time. And 4 straight night games in Philadelphia. Walker takes outside for a ball. No flag to right field first time. Stay cool out there. Feeling it
in the sun.
No cover down there in the bullpen.
Doubt there's much breeze there either. When you get out of the bleachers, you can feel the breeze a little bit. Probably 2/3 of the stands in the grandstand area are at least in shade.
It's like a midsummer afternoon here. All 4 to Walker. 1 on and 1 out. September 19th is the first ever fan vote. Free Shirt Friday presented by FedEx. All of the power is in the hands of the fans. Simply go to pirates.com/freeshirtfriday to vote for your favorite via Twitter. Number 1 or number 2. We'll get to PNC Park September 9th. See if your favorite is the winner. Voting ends today at midnight, so get your votes in. You get to pick which one. Tampa takes inside, ball 1. They fly to right field in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. See Jose here this weekend quite a bit, so hopefully his bat can get hot.
Like you said last time he was up, no homers this year. This would be a great time.
Running to the glove low. 2-0.
He's strong. He has some pop. The swing, more of a line drive type swing. To be successful, probably hit more base hits than anything. He's never going to turn into a power guy, but there's power in there.
Strike call, 2-1. I think when the Pirates first acquired him from the Yankees, they projected him as a power guy who would hit more home runs, but it seems like his home run numbers have been going down each year.
And when, I think he got into some of those habits when he would hit a home run. We've seen him hit the ball out of the park the opposite way as well. Then the swing started getting bigger. The results weren't the same.
Patient with Wada. He's worked a 3-1 count. 2-1 on the way. Tyler hits it on the nose, but over the head of Alcantara. Running around second and heading for third is Walker. He's going to get waved home. Here's the relay, and Watkins held the ball. Walker scores, and the game is tied. Jose Tabata with a line drive to center. Alcantara misread it, went over his head, and the Pirates have tied it up.
The answer right back, and there's kind of an example of Tabata's power. I mean, the ball, he hit it right on the screws. Unfortunately, it looked like it was going to be right at Alcantara, and so he underestimates the strength of Tabata. And then watch him jog after it. That was unbelievable. He jogs after the ball, and so Nick Levis sees that. He sends Walker. There's a play at the plate right there if Watkins throws it home, and I don't even know if Nick Levis sends him if Alcantara goes after the ball with any type of effort. A guy with that kind of speed, a youngster, literally went jogging to the wall.
Vance Worley up with a 1-out. Vance takes a rip and fouls it back. Certainly the Pirates will take what they're given here in Chicago. Came in on it a little bit and said, oops.
Watch him jog. That's amazing to me that this kid jogged after the ball.
Not sure why Watkins wouldn't throw it either.
Yeah.
Looked like he was looking at a play at third first and then double clutched. So Tabata gets the run in. All even at 2 again. Double number 5. RBI number 16.
Certainly taken.
Spazio is going to come out. So is the trainer. See if there's something up with Tsuyoshi Wada. Meantime, Brian Schlitter heads down to the bullpen for Chicago, along with Justin Grimm. There may be something wrong with the Cubs starter. Maybe the heat's affecting him. You don't know, but so the interpreter will come out during the meeting. Explain to everybody what is bothering Tsuyoshi Wada. Let's take a look at the last pitch he threw, Rock. Bothering him there? Anything odd? Looked like he kind of looks down right afterward, but
I think he was frustrated with a couple pitches earlier in this inning.
They might have a pitching change coming up here. They haven't taken him out yet, but Chris Bosio was looking out at the bullpen. So those guys are all leaving the dugout, bullpen guys, and heading down there. Some guys stay down there. Other guys sit in the dugout during the game because of the expanded rosters. And Wada's coming out. So Tsuyoshi Wada is done for the afternoon. And the new Cubs pitcher will come on and get as many pitches as he needs to warm up. Wada is off under his own power.
Hard to say. Maybe something with the right leg. I don't know. It didn't look like anything with the arm.
Stretching his left calf a little bit a couple pitches ago. You never know. On a day like today, you could get some cramps. Hard to say what is affecting him. We'll try to find out for you. We'll take a brief timeout. Carlos Villanueva comes in to replace Tsuyoshi Wada. 2-2 in the fourth at Wrigley Field.
Exits, Villanueva enters the game. Wrigley Field Cubs here nearing the end of their 100th season here at this historic ballpark. And one way they've shown the celebration here are various pairs of seats that can be found all throughout downtown Chicago, in front of parks, shopping malls, all throughout Michigan Avenue, celebrating the Cubs, but all of baseball. You see a Babe Ruth painting there on those pair of seats. Wrigley100.com for complete facts. They have a lot of cool anniversaries if you're a baseball nut and interested in that kind of thing. It's a really neat thing, nice way to pay tribute to famous baseball players and not just famous Cubs. So fans walking around downtown Chicago, if anybody made the trip from Pittsburgh, you may have seen these seats floating all throughout downtown Chicago and Timothy. It's a really cool thing. They did a lot of cool celebratory things, including today, a Greg Maddux bobblehead giveaway today. It was the 10th of a series of 10 celebrating some of the great Cubs players throughout their 100 years. I believe they did one per decade for the bobbleheads as well. It's pretty cool.
They also did the uniforms, the throwback uniforms, 13 of those this year. They don't normally do that here in Chicago. 100 years of Wrigley Field. Thank you, Robbie. Carlos Villanueva, appearing in his 40th game for the Cubs now, takes over for Tsuyoshi Wada. Wada went 3 1/3. He's still responsible for Tabata at second base.
Let's see if the Pirates can take advantage of the bullpen. It's going to have to cover 5 1/3 innings at least. 286 opponent's average against Villanueva. And then we're good. Ready in a hurry.
A warm day, you figure you could loosen up in this stuff that we're in today.
I figure Adam Wainwright get ready to start a game in 10 minutes, and the reliever should be ready in at least half that time.
So Villanueva will inherit a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Vance Worley. There is one man out. Jose Tabata's double to center field over the head. Smendy Alcantara scoring Neil Walker following the 1-out walk. There's some storms in the suburbs of Chicago. I understand skies not as bright now as they were when we started the ball game. Villanueva's first pitch of the game. Vance fouls it into the glove of John Baker for a strike. It's 1-2. To the count to Worley. Strikes out Worley. Two men out for the Pirates in the fourth. Tabata still in scoring position. Make sure you download the #1 app for live Pirates baseball. Text at bat to 31826. MLB.com at bat. You can get it on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Live look-ins, instant replay, score, stats, audio, free MLB.tv, game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit Pirates.com today. Josh Harrison is 2 for 2. He takes a strike. Current batting average at .313. He's just a point behind Ben Revere of Philadelphia out of the league lead in batting average. There's that one goal. And Baker appealed down to first base. There's no umpire there to appeal to.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, a 3-man crew today.
That's usually when you see this setup. You don't see the appeal very often. If ever.
Here's the 1-1. Harrison pulls a foul, 1-2. Clicking noise you hear, that is a flagpole. You're right, it's the metal.
I was going to say, if you think that that's a vendor, they'd shoot him.
Yeah, they'd stop him immediately. But that's been going on for quite a while, and it's right near us. clickety-clack of the metal connector to the flag that's blowing in the wind up against the flagpole. 1-2 pitch to Harrison coming from Villanueva. Tampa off of second base. And Josh hits one in the air to left. This one is off the wall. Harrison's 3 for 3. Tampa around third and scoring. And the Pirates back in front. It's 3-2. Josh Harrison's second double.
Stay hot, stay hot. It's amazing. The Pirates with a total of 4 hits this afternoon, and Jay Hay with 3 of them. 2 of them a double. A mistake pitch, he leaves it up middle. Just an effortless swing from Jay Hay, just a flick of the wrists.
Coghlan couldn't get to it. So Harrison with his 33rd double of the season. He'll raise his average even more. Jordy Mercer at the plate, takes ball 1. Tampa comes in to score. He had a double. And Harrison took his place at second base. That run is charged to Wada. So the book is closed on Tsuyoshi Wada. He's given up 3 runs in the game. So he is now on the hook. That double for Tabata, by the way, his first since the 9th of May at St. Louis. His first big league double since May 9th. Harrison, his first big league double since the first inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's low. Josh Harrison may be taking it out on the team that drafted him and he started with in the minor leagues. Traded him to the Pirates.
He's been taking it out on everybody. What a phenomenal year. What a great story.
Two balls and 1 strike to Jordy Mercer. And the pitch. Jordy takes outside 3-1. And to all of our Comcast viewers, we understand there was an issue. That issue has been corrected. We're glad you're back with us. Apologize on behalf of the crew for everybody for that brief issue you had on Comcast. Glad you're back with us right now. Here's the 3-1. And Jordy hits this one in the air to center field. Waiting for it is Alcantara. He'll make the catch to end the inning. 2 runs and a pair of doubles. Josh Harrison has 2 of them today, and the Pirates up by a run.
Brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
Back in the Windy City, Chicago Pirates with a 3-2 lead over the Cubs as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning with John Wayner. I'm Tim Nevitt. Robbie and Smrkowski with us as well. Pirates with 4 hits, and as John pointed out, Josh Harrison has 3 of them. Jose Tabata has the other. Batter's John Baker, the catcher, the number 8 hitter in the order. And Villanueva will come up, the pitcher, and following that will be the leadoff man, Alcantara. Baker was intentionally walked in the second inning so that the Pirates could get to Wada, the pitcher, with runners at first and third. And a ground ball to Walker. 1 out for the Cubs. And the Cubs miss this guy, Anthony Rizzo. Back issue is going to keep him out potentially for the rest of the year. Pirates won't see him play in this series. Perhaps next weekend in Pittsburgh he will not be in it either.
That's a break. He's having a good bounce back year, Rizzo.
Strike 2, Villanueva. What the mustache he's got going there, Ron?
It doesn't look real.
Bouncer to Walker. It's out. 2 gone quickly. 2 ground balls to Neil Walker. 2 outs quickly for Worley in the Cubs half of the fourth. Now Alcantara, who bunted his way aboard in the third inning and then scored the first Cubs run today. Bunted it firmly past Worley on the right side. And it was in a perfect spot. Walker barehanded it, made a play on it, but Alcantara runs well. And he beat out the throw. So everybody's playing deep with 2 down.
The only thing you can really do, in that situation as a second baseman, take it away like a third baseman would. You wouldn't have to come in all the way to the grass, but guys that are good at dragging bunts like that, and they prove that they can bunt for a hit, bunting a ball to the right side, that's really the only thing you can do is you move in as a second baseman. And then you can communicate with your first baseman and basically say, hey, if it's down the line and shallow, I'll try to beat him to the bag. If it's bunted hard, I'm calling you off. But it's very rare that you see that play. Even more rare when you see that play with a right-handed pitcher on the mound.
Two and 1 to Alcantara. Darkness moving in. That's never good.
Hoping it stays north. It's as it looks now, it's going to miss us north.
Walker with a busy inning. All 3 ground balls to Neil Walker. 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs. We'll head to the 5th. Pirates 3, Cubs 2. along with Pirates Charities Sporting Clays event, plays of the week, and a lot more on this week's Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network. Debuting today after postgame on Root Sports. Mike was involved in the Sporting Clays event also, likes to shoot. Also likes to fish. He and a few players went out on the lake yesterday. Got some fish. The off day here in Chicago. And misters are on to try to cool things off. It's something you see a lot more out west at certain places. I'll stick my finger in there. Andrew McCutchen, it's a bullet off Villanueva. That's into center field for a base hit. Leadoff single for Kutch.
That was a bullet. That was a bullet. Hit too hard for Villanueva to react, and hit too hard for the second baseman Watkins to react, and he was playing Andrew up the middle. That's scary. With that kind of bat speed and the ball hit that hard from Andrew McCutchen, and being a pitcher 55 feet away, yikes.
Leadoff man aboard. Russell Martin up. Martin reached on an error in the first inning and was hit by a pitch in the third. Top of the fifth, Pirates up 3-2. This takes a pitch up high. Keeps getting on base. He's found a couple of different ways to get on base today, other than a hit. First catch back. Word from the Cubs clubhouse on Tsuyoshi Wada. He left the game with mild left calf cramping. He is out.
Clouds. I'm thinking my what do you call it, forecast. It's going to fail. If we were on the south side of Chicago, I think we'd be all right. North side's about to get hammered.
See, I believed your forecast up until right now.
Yeah.
You just switched it on me. I rely on you for this stuff. There goes Kutch. Baker's throw down, not nearly in time, and Kutch overslid the bag, lifted his hand up, and he's out.
Hopefully he's okay, because that was not his best slide. You can see where all that dirt is, all the way up by his shoulder. And the way he went in, I don't know, it looks like it's a little darker right there. He might have hit like a wet patch where it's a little bit sticky, because he got a huge jump. He's there well ahead of the throw. But yeah, that left arm stuck. He's fortunately okay. Ouch.
One out now. It's the second time he's been thrown out stealing. Watch the left hand. It's caught underneath him. Now it's on the bag. It comes up, and just for a split second it came up, and he was tagged.
Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully Martin's okay. Fouls this ball, and you don't see Russell Martin take too much time. That's a foot he got hit by a pitch back in the third inning. But this foul ball, let's see if we can tell where it gets him. Back in his back
leg. Delayed reaction.
Makes you wonder if maybe he's got a cramp or something. You know, it's hot and humid.
Well, the grounds crew talking to Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, informing him of what might be ahead weather-wise.
You see him point to the south. If we were over there, we'd be okay.
That sky was bright blue about an hour or so ago.
It's in north side.
Just trying to walk it off. Weather rolling in, lights taking effect. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. 4 o'clock where most of you are. As you look back there, boy, that looks threatening, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wants to stand in. 1 out, 3 balls, 1 strike to count. That's ball 4. So Russ will go down to first base. Well, not too long ago, the grounds crew had a rough time. We understand there were a number of different folks that are normally on that grounds crew. August 19th, when the Giants were here, had a hard time getting the tarp out and on the field, and the weather was just atrocious. You can see it wasn't going to line up there, but the rain came down and kept on coming down hard. Made the field unplayable for a while. Bruce Bochy wasn't very happy. This was at about 1:15 in the morning when they finally called it. The Giants protested, and they had to complete the game. It was a suspended game after the Giants won the protest. Marte flies to center. 2 men out. Gets back to first.
Russell, obviously, who knows if it's just a bruise, or you hope it's just a bruise. It's not a pulled muscle or anything like that. Again, maybe a cramp.
They're looking up at the sky as the clouds continue to roll this way. The wind has changed direction. Taking the cover off the tarp so it is ready to roll at any moment. But no rain yet. Gilbert, the head groundskeeper, talking with Todd Tomczyk, Pirates trainer. See, the wind was blowing out before. Now it's blowing across the field left to right. Chris Bosio is going to come out and kill some time. Mike Davis coming up. Giving the scouting report on the pinch hitter, Davis. And while all this stuff happens, the clouds continue to roll in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very long event. I mean, it's going to be hard and it's going to rain hard, but I don't think it's going to rain long. So.
Bosio came out to Villanueva and said, "I must ask you a question."
It was cute.
Daytime baseball at Wrigley. It's like being in a time machine sometimes when you're here.
Yeah. Oh, that looks nasty.
The wind is really picking up. The wind is now howling.
Yeah, they're going to go and get it on, make sure.
Before it even gets wet. We have not had a drop of rain, but it is coming. And the grounds crew has been summoned. And here they go. So the crew does not want to have any type of chance to take here with the weather that is rolling in. We will have a rain delay as the Cubs grounds crew now works feverishly and rolling it into the wind, Rock.
Yeah, that could be scary. We'll check them out. I'm sure they'll be fine. They're professionals. Everybody gets to mess up now and again.
Well, the temperatures dropped quite a bit.
Yeah, it's nice and cool all of a sudden.
So the Pirates will take it easy in the dugout. Some will head back up the hallway and the labyrinth that takes you to the clubhouse. The Cubs will do the same on their side as the grounds crew get It's this tarp down, and right now with this heavy wind, this is when it gets a bit challenging. It becomes like a big parachute if you don't keep it low enough to the ground.
Look at them, professionals.
And the crowd acknowledging their hard work. So the tarp is on. The rain has yet to get here. We'll step aside right now and we'll give you a look at Inside Pirates baseball when we come back. A rain delay, top of the 5th inning. Pirates leading the Cubs 3-2 under threatening skies in Chicago.
Actually, they're aimed a little bit south downtown as well, but miss Wrigleyville.
So Vance Worley will continue to warm up. He'll stay in this ball game. If you're joining us late, here's what you missed so far in the ball game. Pirates in the first inning have a double into the ivy. Josh Harrison, his 2 doubles today. And then Russell Martin with it, one down to third. Valbuena made a good play there. Not so much there. Threw the ball away and that allowed Harrison to score. So it was a 1-0 Pirate lead in the third inning. Starling Marte with the bases loaded, grounded out back to the starter, Tsuyoshi Wada. Pirates left 3. Then a sacrifice fly by Jorge Soler. Scored the first run. And a bouncer toward Harrison, and he threw it away. And allowed Valbuena to score. Here the Cubs a 2-1 lead. In the fourth inning, with Walker aboard, top of the line to center field, and Alcantara misplayed it, misjudged it, went to the wall. Walker came all the way around to score and tied the game at 2. And Wada would come up with a cramp in his left calf, had to leave the game. Carlos Villanueva came in to pitch for him, and Josh Harrison did it again. Another one off the ivy, and that would score Tabata to give the Pirates a 3-2 lead. Umpires called for the grounds crew before the rain came. Put the tarp on the field, they got it off the field. Winds calmed down, we're ready to go again. Ike Davis will pinch hit for Gabby Sanchez here. Top of the 5th inning, 2 men are out. Andrew McCutchen singled to lead off this inning, then an awkward slide into second, lifted his hand up off the bag for a moment and was tagged out. Russell Martin walked, so he is at first. Starling Marte flying to center, 2 men out. And Davis, his first plate appearance today. About a 40-minute delay. 1 strike. Vance Worley will get back out there. He came out while the tarp was still in the field and continued to stay loose. Drifting off of first base. Somebody being away who was paying attention to him.
He was maybe thinking of taking off there, which is a good sign because he looked banged up. He pitched before he walked. Fouled a ball off, looked pretty uncomfortable. So good to see that he's okay.
1-1 to Ike. Ball 2 strikes. 37 the average for Davis. 10 homers, 44 runs batted in. Officially a 37-minute rain delay. Maybe we'll just call it a weather delay.
Yeah, just a delay. Looked like it was going to be nasty.
Toward first base, and Martin gets back.
They ignored Russ at the beginning. They're not ignoring him now. Really some attention and get back in a hurry. That last one.
Underneath Baker, he finds it. Going nowhere. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You saw him walking off for that quick throw over from Villanueva. That's one thing. As a young player, you shuffle off the bag. You get caught walking off with your back to the bag. Quick move could get you.
One around. Davis strikes out. Not happy about it. Better move. 3-2 Pirates in front halfway through the 5th. tonight. Our first matchup features the Tigers of North Allegheny hosting the Rams of Pine Richland. Don't miss the kickoff live at 7:30 tonight on Root Sports. And tune in every Friday this fall as some of the region's best high school athletes, teams, and rivalries during our 18th season of McDonald's High School Football. Allegheny has won 3 of the last 4 Whitfield titles, but Pine Richland has experience at the quarterback position. Third-year starter Ben DiNucci leading the way tonight for the Rams. 7:30 tonight. The temperature has dropped 18 degrees since we started this ball game, Rock.
Oh, I believe it. It feels much better.
It was 88 and very humid when we started. It is now 70 degrees. Vance Worley back out there on the hill. Facing the Cubs in the bottom of the 5th, a 3-2 Pirate lead. Baez 1 for 2. Single in the first, struck out looking in the third. Baez hitting 184. Big swings. Home run in his big league debut. 2 days later, he hit 2 home runs in the game. Takes a strike and it's 1-1.
That's the one thing he's going to have to cut down on, the big swings, the strikeouts. He only has 125 big league at bats, 52 strikeouts.
The 1-1. Inside, backed him up. Well, the word on Baez is that when he moves up a level, from one level of the minor leagues to the next, in this case minor leagues to major leagues, he has struggled at the plate each and every time he's done it. And then he levels out and then he excels. It's sort of been his MO.
Oh. Carlos Gomez like
it hurt that way.
He's a big strong man. You don't need to go up there with that much effort. Long and strong and coming up empty.
2-2 pitch. Strike 3 right there. Vance strikes him out. So it looked like Vance lost anything, even though it was 51 minutes between pitches for Worley.
He pitches with more velocity when it cools down. That was his hardest fastball of the afternoon at 91 miles per hour. Look at that, right down the middle.
He put 3 right in the wheelhouse. Baez in that at bat. He struck him out looking for the second time. So 1 out for Chicago. That was Luis Valbuena, the third baseman.
And you wonder, do you learn from that? Okay, you go watch the video and you see 3 pitches right down the middle that you get to hit. And you walk back with your bat in your hand after striking out and realize that maybe overswinging isn't the best way to go about things.
Also, there are pitchers who still take exception to that, too.
Not in this day and age.
Used to be more of them.
You don't see it anymore. Guys come out of their shoes all the time. I think young hitters nowadays, they come up and they realize home runs pay. So they go up there and swing from their heels. And that's why you see major league averages just continue to decline. Now, a lot of it has to do with the pitching and bullpens and these young arms that you see everybody's throwing in the mid-90s. But that's not always the case.
Strike on the corner.
As of today, there are a total of 3 teams in Major League Baseball that hit over 260. 3 out of 30. 10% hit over 259, to be exact.
Speaking of the number 3, that's the 3rd walk for Worley. And it's the first time this year in one of his starts he has walked more than 2. Of course, one of them today intentional. Soler coming to the plate with 1 out. And Valbuena aboard. How much do the shifts have to do with averages going down?
It has a little bit to do with it, but again, it goes to poor hitting. I mean, it goes to guys that won't adjust, and they'll continue to just hit into the into the shift for the simple fact that they're looking to pull the ball out of the ballpark. By the way, the only team in the National League that's hitting over 259 doesn't even count. It's Colorado. In that ballpark.
Astros. This one gets away from Martin down to second base. Valbuena squirted out of the glove of Russell Martin.
All of a sudden, losing control for Vance Worley.
A wild pitch. Two-0 count. It's 3-0. For one, he drove in a Cub run with a sacrifice fly in the third inning. Going to the runner at second. Man out. Strike. Two batters in a row where Vance has had a 3-0 count that came with a 3-1 pitch and got a strike. He got a favor there.
You never see that pitch called a strike that far in off the plate.
Can the layoff affect a guy like that?
Yeah, it looks like it's affected Vance here a little bit. You know, he threw 3 pitches down the middle of Baez. He strikes him out, but I'm sure he didn't try to throw 3 pitches down the middle. And now missing out of the zone.
Payoff pitch to Soler.
And that one, Worley, a little bit of a reaction after throwing that fastball down the middle. And he's a guy that usually has good control on the edges of the plate.
Yeah, 2 pitches down the middle. Look at it on the UPMC Sports Medicine strike zone. Strike 3. Soler goes down looking.
That's the command we're used to seeing from Worley. Painting the black. And I'm sure, you look at the first 4 innings for Worley. See that pitch? Martin frames it perfectly. He's catching an edge of that corner. The first 4 innings for Worley, I mean, it was so hot and humid. I mean, it's going to take energy out of anybody. I don't care what kind of shape you're in.
Bueno at second base, 2 outs. The batter is the left fielder Chris Coghlan. Coghlan takes down low. The umpires took the delay to change their jerseys too. Colored jerseys on the first part of the game. Now they've gone to the lighter blues. Wish we could have changed during the delay.
Yeah. Need to start bringing extra
alternate suit. Sweat through the first one.
Yeah.
Another 1-1 pitch. It's down and in. And it's 2-1 to Coghlan. Coghlan walked his last time up in the third inning. First time up. Hit one down to first base. Gabby Sanchez made a nice play. Backhand. Ran over to first. Stepped on the bag. Ike Davis out at first base now. Strike called to Coghlan. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Backdoor slider here from Vance. Perfect location.
Ready for the 2-2 delivery. Try the inside corner. Jackknife Coghlan out of the way.
calling some borderline pitches. This one, Worley not getting the call. Very close.
The payoff. Missed. Fourth walk by Worley. Second this inning. 2 on and 2 out for Chris Valleca. So Martin might have had a conversation with Brian O'Nora, an umpire, regarding that pitch on the inside. Was called a ball. Pirates now have activity in the bullpen. Justin Wilson warming up. And a base hit to right. One hopper for Tabata. He comes to the plate. Valbuena on the way. He is in safely. And the Cubs have tied the game. Chris Valleca with a base hit, his second hit. And Valbuena scoring for the second time. And now it's a 3-3 game.
Goes the other way. A nice piece of hitting. Thought Tabata was going to have a chance at throwing him out. Pitch down in the zone. Hits it the other way. And look where Tabata got the ball right there before Valbuena even touches third. Throw a little offline.
Valleca goes down to second base on the throw. Clint Hurdle coming out to get Vance Worley. Worley walked 4 men today. First time he's walked 4 in a game since June 8th of 2012, while with the Phillies against the Braves. And Justin Wilson will come in and take over for him to face second baseman Logan Watkins. So Worley out of the game. It's now tied with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th.
Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
So maybe the delay did affect Vance Worley. He walked 2 in the inning and has given up a 2-out opposite field single. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Now it's a 3-3 game. Runners at second and third, and Justin Wilson takes over.
See what Wilson can do here. He's not going to face the left-handed batting Logan Watkins, but he's just as effective against righties as lefties. And 63rd appearance here. He wants to strand a couple runners.
Mike Olt will take over for Logan Watkins. Renteria getting a right-handed bat in there. Olt looks out at Wilson. First pitch inside for a ball. What was the opening day starter at third base in Pittsburgh? Had to go back to the minor leagues ultimately. So he comes up with 2 outs and runners at second and third. And chopper right past the mound, charging his Walker, throw to first, got him. Well, run does come in on 1 hit, 2 left. On to the 6th. Pirates 3 and the Cubs 3.
Travis Snyder's Seahawks beating the Green Bay Packers, and it also kicked off the Pirates Fantasy Football League. The commissioner is Tony Watson, and he released exclusively the first-round picks here to Root Sports, so you can see them all right there. Neil Walker picked first overall, took pit product LaShawn McCoy. Jared Hughes' team, you get DeMarco Murray there in the first round. How about this, Tim and John? Is almost all Dallas Cowboy players. He told me that's a team he follows the most since he lives in Texas, so why not have another reason to root for him? James McDonald is a defending champion. He beat Travis Snyder in the finals. All good stuff here. Football jerseys on the trip, a fantasy football draft Monday night, or last night rather. All good stuff inside the clubhouse.
Well, thank you, Robbie. In center field, Matt Caesar takes over. And Alcantara moves in to play second base. Watkins was out of the game, old hit for him. New pitcher Justin Grimm, right-hander, takes over. Third pitcher used today by the Cubs.
66th, a lot of work for Justin Grimm. 66th appearance. A couple more strikeouts and innings pitched. Opponents hitting just .222 against him.
Nuevo went 1 2/3, gave up 2 hits and no runs. And Walker stops the first pitch, foul out of play for strike 1. 0 for 1 with a walk. Came around to score in the 4th inning. Back in the second. His first at bat, he flied to right. And getting to bat left-handed for the first time. He faced Wada in his first 2 at bats. Strike called to Neal.
Tell you what, this team has some names.
Yeah, they do.
That's the one good thing about moving over to the TV booth. I didn't have to read the lineup.
I said to you, did you get the lineup change? Oh, wait, you don't need it. You didn't know about the first lineup.
That's not true.
You got that one right?
Caesar.
It's hard to say. Just the way it's spelled, Caesar. Be any question with that one. Strike 3 call. Walker doesn't like it, and he's letting Brian O'Nora know about it.
interesting calls. That pitch, bottom of the zone, off the plate.
A top of the batting with one out. And he slides one down the right field line. That's a fair ball. Ball comes right out to the right fielder Soler. Throw into second base, and Tampa is out. Very fortuitous bounce off the brick wall right to Jorge Soler. And the Pirates making out on the bases. Base hit for Tampa.
Soler, he's got the power. He's got the batting eye. Hits for average, and he got the big right fielder's arm. He does get the nice hop, a little bobble, and a bullet right on the money.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo giving us this look on the cleat. 2 outs and Pedro Alvarez at the plate. Pedro applying him to pull. Pedro getting an opportunity to get an at bat. He's missed the last 7 games. Problem in the foot. Left the game on the 26th of August in the 7th inning with the injury. 100% ready to go back out on the field yet, we're told, but is obviously ready off the bench to swing. This has been the case for a few days for Pedro. 268 hitter career here at Wrigley. Two strikes.
For a layoff. Difficult. Timing wise, Pedro a bit antsy. We've seen him this year unable to lay off the changeup and breaking pitches, and gets himself in the hole here.
Short, 2-2. Hughes loosening up for the Pirates in the bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Pedro Alvarez. 2 outs, nobody on. 3-3 game. Count full. Earl probably hoping Pedro can run into one. Get a 1-run lead. Jay Hay in the on deck circle, who is 3 for 3. Himself a day at the plate. Taking over the National League lead in hitting, also hitting .350. Piece of it? Probably not. Pedro strikes out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Justin Grimm. All tied at 3.
The flight from St. Louis to Chicago, 2 nights ago, I should say, he was wearing a different jersey with a different pose. It was Cam Newton, his second jersey of the trip, doing the Superman pose that Cam Newton does. Remember, on the first leg from Pittsburgh to St. Louis, he wore the Johnny Football jersey, doing the money pose, and he's got something else up his sleeve for the flight from here to Philadelphia come Sunday. Tim and John, again, he told me who it is, but he told me I couldn't release it right now, but he's trying to figure out an appropriate pose. So there's Jay Hayes, further proof he's a fan of all football teams on this, wearing 3 different jerseys for the 3 different flights on the football trip.
It's off-the-record stuff right now, huh?
Yeah, this is intense reporting right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, we wait with great anticipation till Sunday. Baker hits it to center field. It clears McCutcheon. 1 out. Jared Hughes, the new pitcher. Already has an out before we can tell you who he is.
Yeah, 1 pitch out. We like those. They'll hit hard. Sinker baller having a nice year. 6-5, 2.06 ERA.
Here's the new center fielder. Came in last inning in center field, Matt Caesar. Caesar was a 2-sport athlete at Villanova. Played football there also. His major league debut on the 17th of August in New York. He's a pinch runner. It's a chopper to Jay Hay. Hay sets his feet, throws over to first again. 2 gone. And the Cubs 6th. Caesar is out, and now Jared Hughes will face the top of the order. Arismendi Alcantara. Alcantara now the second baseman. Starting the game in center. Hughes 2 quick outs, hopes to get a 3rd quick out. All right, so the top of the order due up in the top of the 7th inning. Busy in the Chicago pen right now. Neil Ramirez starting to get loose.
1 of 14 in that Cubs bullpen. 11 righties.
They loaded up the roster, didn't they?
I'd say. Not so much position player wise, but they definitely got arms.
That's the thing about September baseball. You play, Clip had this comment before the game. He said you play the game one way for 5 months. And then in the final month, you get to play it in an entirely different way because you have all the extra bodies during games which are the most meaningful of the season.
And I think it was him, you could correct me if I'm wrong, that said that, you know, you can make all these call-ups, but have a 25-man roster every game. Was it Clint that said that? He makes sense, though.
Alcantara strikes out. Hughes gets him. We'll go to the 7th, all-time through. 5 hits for Chicago as we head to the 7th inning with John Wehner and Robbie Ince-Mikowski. Tim Neverett with you. Take a look at our AT&T fan photo of the day. Hashtag Bucks fan photo to keep the submissions coming. And the Pirates fans out near the marquee here at Wrigley Field. Dave Snyder, thanks for the picture, Dave. Our AT&T fan photo of the game. It's a concern on the part of the Cubs fans. Concern on the part of the Pirates fans as well. Bucks trying to snap a 4-game losing skid. And the Cubs have won 6 straight at home. Here's Neil Ramirez taking over for Justin Grimm.
44th appearance. Look at that ERA, .96, 48 Ks, 37 and a third innings. Opponents hitting just 168. Fastball, mid-90s. Hard slider, cutter.
Ball inside to Harrison, but called a strike. This guy looks.
Now that way, it's not so bad. We'll look out west. Not so good. I'm afraid we're going to actually have a rain delay. I'm afraid.
You're predicting a rain delay?
I'm predicting a rain delay.
Ooh, doesn't look good there. A ground ball hit sharply to short, backhanded by Baez. Throws on first to get it. Harrison now 3 for 4.
Another hard hit ball for Josh.
Ramirez now facing Jordy Mercer. Mercer is 0 for 3. Formerly with the Rangers. Over the Matt Garza deal. Virginia Beach. Flash of lightning way out beyond center field. The crowd's attention. Speaking of the Rangers, their manager Ron Washington resigned today. Thunder. 37-minute weather delay. Now the rain begins to fall for the first time. Time is called and the grounds crew has been summoned as all of a sudden a hard rain comes out of the sky. This will be our 2nd delay of the game. Brian O'Nora will walk off. The grounds crew will hustle. Already had a little practice today.
Whoa. Lightning. Crazy.
Lightning in the area. We saw some earlier over Lake Michigan. Now we're seeing out beyond center field. This is sort of in that same direction. A 2-0 count on Jordy Mercer. Top half of the 7th inning. 1 out. A 3-3 ball game. More threatening skies over the north side of Chicago. This time the rain is coming down. Top will be put on the field. Into our 2nd rain delay.
Yeah, forecast doesn't look good for the next several hours. It's a lot of rain out west heading this way.
Should have waited out with us. Pirates and Cubs are tied at 3. Look on the radar. The crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, getting the radar picture. Now Brian O'Nora, Dan Bellino getting the radar picture on the other side of the field. So, hey, John Wehner just said we've got some weather in the area.
That one kind of came out of nowhere and it already stopped. I mean, that was just like a quick burst. I don't know if I've seen a quicker rain shower than that one, but there's heavy stuff behind it.
We will take a timeout. Keep it right here on Root Sports. Second rain delay of the afternoon, 3-3. Pirates and Cubs inside Pirates baseball Super Russ on Russ Martin coming up.